Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary. Or is Darkstar still in control? I am not sure. I mean, Nemesis Prime, Nemesis Star? Let's get this finished, shall we? Be a nice, chill, build and chat on a Saturday. Build his head, his hands, weapons, any final details. Hey, Mecha Boy. How's it going?
Hello there.
General Mecha Boy. Make sure everything's working correctly. And Finn, how you doing as well? The gang's all here. Right. There we go. Right. Oop. What, I can't review. Honestly, I think you just, because the sound alerts, because they have a set amount of time, you can't really stack them. It just puts in a queue for the next one. Me, caffeinated now, yes. I put 2 scoops into my water bottle this morning. So double dose of gamer soups. I was realizing that I'm about to run out of gamer subs, so I had to order some. I need my caffeine. Actually, I don't really. I can function without caffeine perfectly fine. But sometimes you just need that extra kick. Right. Still very solid design. I'm still debating if I want to try and get the smokestacks and chrome them out. But it would involve disassembling the entire arm or shoulder. I kind of wish they were like, you know, there was a port and you put them in, but no, you have to build them into the shoulder, so it's a little frustrating. It's still very, it's got a bit of weight to it, this actually, compared to like a Gunpla. I suppose it is larger than a high grade, but smaller than the master grade. I'll need to put something on, like put it next to something later for like comparison. Yeah, sometimes you need the juice. Right. Things we need to do, because things we pass by, we skip past the head previously, as well as the multitude of hand options, which are down here. Because you got open hands, pointing hands, gripping hands, trigger finger hands, fists. Plenty of options. So, Transformers. Nemesis Prime is straight up, what if Optimus became evil? So essentially it's just Optimus Prime in dark color scheme and Decepticon. And so he would transform into a truck, same as Prime. But this is a model kit action figure, so he does not transform. Unfortunately. Would be amazing if they could do that. But no, it's meant to be like animation accurate, so it can't transform. Fingerprint. Ugh. Right. Clear parts from there. I was actually considering, right? Because there's the eyes, right? Yeah, but what if? It never appeared in the cartoon. Technically, air quotes. I suppose technically Nemesis Prime sort of appeared in the season 3 when Optimus Prime got resurrected and was being controlled by the Quintessons. So kind of that was the very first iteration of Nemesis Prime technically. But he didn't change color and he wasn't evil. He would just be manipulated. But like this, Nemesis Prime first appeared in the comics. Ah, no, so that's a different... So that would be the Shattered Glass timeline. So in the Shattered Glass timeline, there's still Optimus Prime, except he's purple and green and stuff. And he is evil. And in that timeline, the Decepticons are the good guys. So Shattered Glass, Autobots evil, Decepticons good. Nemesis Prime is just an Optimus Prime in a normal timeline that is just turned evil. and becomes a Decepticon. It's a good tune. I kind of wonder if I might want to put like some metallic on the back of that so that it makes the eyes a bit more vibrant, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, basically it's just like a corrupted Optimus Prime. Or Shattered Glass Optimus Prime, who's like purple and green and stuff. He's full-on evil from the get-go. The alternate timeline. This Optimus Prime is corrupted. Also, in the War for Cybertron trilogy, it's on Netflix. Spoiler alert. In the final part, because this one involves a lot of time travel shenanigans, kind of, towards the end. Both Megatron and Optimus Prime get to see future versions of themselves. So Megatron gets to see Galvatron, Optimus gets to see Nemesis. Both being puppets of Unicron. So say, basically if Optimus decided to switch sides or was corrupted by Unicron, this would be it, I guess. Probably the best way to look at it. Look at all these hand options. We've got to get through those later. Don't need that part. That's head and body parts. Cool. Move that over there now. Right. Head parts. Oh, I just need to see one art. Oh yeah. Unicron, the Chaos Bringer. Also in some timelines, like originally, he's just like straight up a monster planet eating everything. But in some timelines, he's the puppet master, kind of. Because Cybertron, obviously, continuities have changed a little bit over the years. But literally, Cybertron, and its core is Primus, the god of creation who created the Transformers, and then Unicron is the god of chaos. Chaos Bringer. And in some continuities is the core of Earth. Which explains so much about humanity. It's like this species evolved on the surface of the Chaos Bringer. No wonder we're... Unicron created Black Friday because he thought it would be funny to see people trample each other for TVs. You know what's funny about the whole everyone think of Black Friday, people like rushing to stores and trampling one another for the best deals. It's funny how when Black Friday came to the UK, because obviously it's an American thing, the very first year we had it, it was like stores, there's always on the news, stores are getting mobbed everywhere, and it's like ridiculous. Every year after that, it's like, everyone's like, you know what, I don't want to be part of this. And so Black Friday sales in actual stores are a lot quieter. Because people are like, you know what, I can get on the internet. Because British people, we don't like going into mob stores. We're like, oh no, well, thank you. I remember watching the anime version of Transformers, and there was a Transformer called Sideways, transformed into a bike and a rider. Ah, yes, that's Armada, or Micron Legends in Japanese, but Armada in for the dub. Yeah, Sideways basically was the envoy of Unicron, basically. Sideways was such a great character in that one, because he basically could switch between, you know, Autobot or Decepticon. Even the toy could do it as well. You're changing his minicon that transformed to his head, which was the Rider, of course. Yeah, essentially he was Unicron's envoy. The Herald. Think of it like Galactus and the Silver Surfer. You know, Unicron, Galactus, very similar. Silver Surfer and Sideways in that anime were basically had a similar-ish role, except of course Sideways was there to cause, you know, chaos between Autobots and Decepticons. Because in that timeline, especially, Unicron fed off of the energy of conflict. And of course, what fed him the most was the rivalry between Optimus and Megatron. It was most tasty for him. Yeah. And basically, they transformed it. I think it's either in one of the forms, the legs were his horns, another one, the hands were the horns, or whatever. And basically, that was the difference between him being Autobot and Decepticon. I went to rewatch Armada because I really loved that. And of course, you've got a sequel series, Energon, or Super Link in Japanese. Of course, the Unicron trilogy technically has a third entry called Cybertron, which is completely unrelated. Hasbro just wanted a trilogy, but Takara had already like, no, but our story's done. We're making a new show. I'm like cutting out all the parts for the head now. Because why not? I'll go. These parts actually have a specific direction for them. That's good. That was number 12, so I'm gonna put you there. Just remember which one's left and which one's right. Oh yeah, the Minicon whole plot and everything was really cool. I love the ones that combined as well, like the one that made the Star Saber and the Requiem Blaster and the Sky Boom Shield. I loved all that stuff. It was so cool. Target Masters? I think so. But things like Headmasters and Target Masters are really only a thing in Japan, I think. I don't know if toys actually became... Yeah, because I think they were in the Japanese continuation of G1. So I'm pretty sure they had toys. Yeah, because straight up, Cyclonus has a Target Master, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Because the Headmasters and Target Masters are both introduced in the fourth and final season of G1. Some people got Headmasters and some people got Target Masters. And like Cyclonus, I remember, he got someone who transformed into his gun. Yeah, Nightstick. Yeah. So the Target Masters definitely exist as toys. And like, I'm pretty sure some of the newer Generations line. Does Macross have any connection to Transformers? No, it does not. Other than as transforming mecha. Well, it has a very loose connection, but not direct. So, Jetfire, the Generation 1 toy, was a licensed version of the Valkyrie fighter from Macross. But when it came to the cartoon, due to legal reasons, they only had the right for the toy. They had to change him, his appearance a bit, and his name, so he became Skyfire in the cartoon. So, I mean, literally the Veritech fighter, the Battleroid, that became Jetfire, and then Jetfire had to get, due to licensing issue, had to become Skyfire. Because there was a lot of licensing stuff back then. It was kind of weird. It's the same for like Mech Warrior and Battletech. They had licensed a bunch of designs, and then it turned out the people who licensed design didn't actually. Starscream? No. Not I'm aware of. I think Jetfire's the only one that has a direct connection just because of the toy. Oh, actually, that's what it was. Obviously, Transformers had licensed Jetfire, but then when Macross got dubbed and became Robotech, that's when the license became an issue. Because you couldn't have two Western trademarks with the same, design. So, funnily enough, because those Transformers came out originally in '84 for the first season, is it did directly influence Gundam. Even though Gundam came out in '79. Because obviously a few years later, Zeta Gundam would come out, and Tomino has said directly he was kind of inspired. The Zeta Gundam transforms, and there's so many Transformer stuff in Zeta Gundam because, they thought that was cool. The Transformers, and sort of give them ideas. Yep. Robotech has 3 different enemies that are completely unrelated that have been loosely linked together. And then anything after that is original stuff, I think. That being said, especially after they included the Shadow Chronicles movie, I think it was, it kind of linked things together again. But it's really bizarre. I quite liked it for what it was. Though I would appreciate if, Macross could get released properly in English. So I could actually watch the entire thing. But there's this weird licensing bullshit going on between with Harmony Gold, who own Robotech. Basically, straight up any characters that appeared in Robotech are not allowed to appear in Macross in English. So essentially that's why it's also really difficult to watch it, because it's not available because they're not allowed to distribute it outside of Japan stuff. Just because of Harmony Gold, who hold the license for Robotech still. I love the Zeta is one of my favorite designs of all time. I need to build my Master Grade at some point. I've got the Master Grade 2.0. So I know that Verka exists now as well. Or dare I get the real grade? I actually have the high grade half painted, but I can't really finish it right now. Okay, that face looks fine. Thing is, I'm kind of hesitant to build master grades right now just because desk space. Because when I built the Strike at the start of the year, it was very difficult to keep it on on screen. I mean, it's difficult enough that I forget that this is not centered right now. And the fact that when the strike was standing, it's like literally right at the camera. And of course I put it on the back, on the catapult deck. And then of course it was then taller than where the camera is. So I'm hesitant to build any more Massacrades currently on stream. Until I can get my new desk. And like, improve the setup. But once I do that, I'll have more space to do Masquerades, and then probably my high grade Destroy Gundam, which is sitting over in my pile, looking epically massive. Oh yeah, I love that one where Judo's piloting the Zeta and then Furu Cubilee's on the back of it during re-entry. She even blasts her own wings off with the funnels because they stick out of the heat shield. Yeah, I bought the Destroy when it came out. And it's sitting there waiting. I know it's going to be freaking huge, which is why I'm not building it until I have a better setup and can position the camera in a better way. Yeah, Double Zeta is underrated. I feel like the biggest issue with Double Zeta, it's that first arc on Shangri-La. It's so comical. Like, it's so... It feels like Scooby-Doo. That first arc. Like, Mashimir and what's his face? One Survivor of the Titans, Yazan. Yeah, Double Zeta, the very first arc on Shangri-La, the colony, at the start, it feels very Scooby-Doo-ish. With this, how unthreatening the villains feel. But once you get past it, the rest of the show is fantastic. Wait, cross-dressing? What? Oh no, that's a funny part though. That part's funny. Where Judo dresses up for infiltration. No, but right at the start, the very beginning is very slapstick. It just feels so out of place. Especially because I watched it right after Zeta Gundam. And it's such a... You go from the horrible ending of... Like, Zeta's ending's dark. And then you go whiplash into Double Zeta. Obviously, in reality, they're like a year apart when they came out on TV. But it is so, you know, tonal whiplash. I wasn't even Tomino being told to do that. After making Zeta, he wanted something more lighthearted. Because a lot of Tomino's storytelling is a reflection of his own mental state at the time. So after Zeta, he wanted something a little bit more lighthearted. But they made it a bit too comical, I think. Yes, Victory is another example of, yeah. The eyes there look good. They're gonna look like they're gonna be very void of life, though, I think. I feel like I might put a bit metallic red on the back of this to kind of help reflect light a bit. So you've watched Double Zeta, but not Zeta. Interesting. Because the beginning of Zeta picks up literal days after Zeta's ending. Literally, if you watch them back to back, it's literally, it's that final battle happens, and then this is the Argama, you know, looking for repairs after it. With nearly all of their pilots dead. Hey, think about it. The only pilot on the Argama that could still fight was any condition to actually pilot was Fa Yuri. Think about it. It starts at Double Zeta. She's the only one that could technically fight. She's the only one who could pilot. Of course, she was too busy attending to Camille. That is also fair. I was fortunate enough, like, I watched the OG Gundam Zeta and Double Zeta via other methods because I didn't have access to them at the time. So that being said, they are all on Crunchyroll. Pretty sure. I think. Are they on? Wait, I can't remember. The Crunchyroll has the TV version of the original Gundam. Netflix has the movie versions. I think Zeta's on... Wait, is Zeta on Crunchyroll? I think Double Zeta's definitely on there. I don't know what the original Zeta. I don't remember. Yeah, Fa is a better version of Frobo. Actually, I'd say Fa is like if you took Fra and Sayla and kind of combined the two of them. It's like she's the best of both. In terms of her role as a character. You know what I'm going to do? What's the metallic red? Yes, it is. I'm going to pop a bit of red on the back of that. Metallic red just to see how it looks. Because right now, obviously that's fine on the chest because there's metal underneath it. But like the eyes here, like if I just put it on my hand, the eyes are very, very dull looking, right? Oh, that sucks. It feels like dedicated anime TV channels just don't seem to last in some countries. Like, we had, in like 2007, 2008, we had Anime Central as a TV channel. It only broadcast, I think, after like 7 p.m. and then to like the early hours of the morning. And obviously it had Gundam Seed, Bleach, Full Metal Alchemist, Bebop, Ghost in the Shell Dynamo Complex. What else was on there? Scried. Visions of Escaflowne, which I never really liked. I only know now that the Escaflowne's actually a mecha. I just didn't like the art style very much. The adults don't like it. It's always the case, isn't it? Or I feel like Anime Central here, like during the daytime, it was literally LA Shopping Channel. Oh god, that's a lot of pink. So I think that Anime Central definitely cemented my taste of anime. Funny, I'm putting red on top of red so I can't actually see if it's painted. I think it's got paint on there, right? Of course, I realized a calculation mistake. How am I putting this down without getting paint on my fingers? There we go. It says shoujo anime with makeup is top notch. I feel like I just, because it was one of the shows in Anime Central, I saw it and kind of passing, and something about the art style just didn't click for me, and so I kind of just ignored it. But now I've seen little clips of some of the mechas. Like, fantasy mecha. That's an interesting idea, but so I feel like I need to go watch it at some point because now that I know more about it, it intrigues me enough that I might want to watch it. But at the time, I just didn't care for it. Which, you know, I mean, if I had the choice between Escaflowne or Seed at the time, and I like Seed all the friggin' way. I loved it because Anime Central as a TV channel started in late 2007. And guess what else came out late 2007? Dynasty Warriors Gundam. It was perfect. The perfect storm. The first Dynasty Warriors Gundam game came out, and Anime Central came along with Seed. And thus, my journey began. Because I'd always heard before Gundam in passing, but never actually watched or played any games from that point. It was glorious. Let's get some of these other parts done now while that dries. I guess I like my mecha being real, or to a certain extent. But the thought of, you know, mecha that's kind of more fantasy as well is interesting. I think it's like people's like taste things change over time. Like I remember kind of catching Gundam Wing in passing when it was on Toonami, just like glancing past it. But again, at that time when I was younger, it didn't clock for me. So I never just sat down and watched it. I just kind of, okay. And just, to be fair, Wing, having actually now watched it all the way through, it's alright. It's pretty decent. Seems better. And with that, I've pissed off every Wing fan watching. Let's get this neck assembled. Oh yeah, the wings, like, even though Gundam Wing is, I actually quite like it. It's actually pretty decent. But yeah, the wings on the Wing Zero Custom and Endless Waltz are confusing. Because it doesn't have those in the TV version. It's just because the movie's a sequel to the TV show, but the designs of all the Gundams change a bit. Visually stunning, but it makes no sense. Like, the Wing Zero didn't have those wings, and then suddenly magically has those wings in the movie. Because even in the movie, it's like the Gundams bar with Phase 1 were all put in a ship and launched towards the sun. Because, you know, they're trying to get rid of all weapons. They have to, of course, to retrieve them. Because a new conflict arrived a year later. So a whole year passes almost. How did the wings get upgraded? Very pretty. Doesn't make more sense. But even the heavy arm, like the heavy arms, changes color between the TV show and the movie. No explanation as to why. Other than just like, hey, we made a movie a couple years later. We need new model. We need new merch. Probably the only reason they changed. Unless they're an android. It could be an android. Oh yeah, 008, having like variants is a better way of doing it. Obviously the Zakutus are slightly different, but they're the Zakutu FZ. Or it's like even the same with Freedom slightly. Yeah, Endless Waltz, it would have made sense getting different model numbers, but in the actual story, they're the exact same mobile suits because they've not had time to change them. They just magically changed. I mean, a lot of people call androids robots. So, you know. It's like an oversimplification of things, but yes. Goodness me, is 2B from Nier Automata a robot? Hmm. An android's just a more advanced robot, really, isn't it? When they appear human. So I feel like calling an android a robot is an insult. The other Gundam wing had those energy effects as the wings? Elaborate. And like the feathers coming off, are they like feathers, or is it just like energy particles that look like feathers? No, it doesn't. Definitely does not have energy shield in the wings. They're physical armor. The wings are indeed metal, yes. Which makes them more ridiculous. They are Gundarium. Essentially, it's a shield. And a weapon holster. You can store the buster rifles in there. Because the designer of the mobile suit was just that good and crazy. Trying to blend this seam line on the neck as close as I can without gluing it. I mean, I could probably just glue it. I don't want to. That's one way of saying it. robot that mimics being a human, basically. You would not call a welding robot in a car manufacturing factory safe for performance humans here. Well, they'll usually have a human observing it, make sure it doesn't break. I think most people would consider, an android, that's just a robot that looks like a human. That's more sentience. You could have an android that's not sentient. Oh yeah, it might knock you the heck out because it has no sensors to determine you're there necessarily. Those welding robots are just pre-programmed movements. You're standing when you shouldn't be standing, it's your own fault. Like you see all these little videos on like YouTube and things like it's like, health and safety violations, and it's just people doing really dumb shit, and you're like, no wonder you got hurt. Almost got that level. Almost. And I mean, I suppose depending on the type of paint, that would make sense. The wonderful thing about humanity, if it exists, we can make a weapon out of it. Or have you ever seen that art exhibit where it's literally the robot arm that's sweeping, like mopping up oil, the hydraulic oil, while it's constantly leaking it. So it's literally just trying to keep itself alive. It's like absolutely crazy. Watching Gundam Seed notes. Yeah, the mecha launchers, the catapults are different. Because like Earth Alliance has a more traditional catapult, whereas Zaft has like I think they call it a linear catapult. Because technically it's like a magnetic launcher. It's always cool little details like that. Add extra levels to world building. After all, the Zaft invented the mobile suit, so. Whereas Earth Alliance were like, hey, we need to have this be capable of launching our mobile armors, but also our new design mobile suits. So they basically built it on more traditional carrier mentality. Whereas Zaft's all mobile suits, Earth Alliance still had mobile armors. And the Sky Grasper. For like in Earth atmosphere. Oh, you mean the mass drivers? Yeah. It's like you could launch a rocket in space. So in the Gundam, the Cosmic Era, mobile armor is basically all those like more traditional looking kind of like fighter-like craft. Kind of like Mulaflaga has his Mobius Zero. So traditional is a mobile armor. It's an advanced starfighter, basically. And then mobile suit, well, we all know what a mobile suit is. It's a humanoid mecha. Or I suppose technically the Baku's exist as well. So mobile armor, traditional. Mobile suit, more advanced. Then of course you have some that have both modes, like the ones in Sea Destiny have some of the ones that transform. Like the Chaos, the Abyss, and the Gaia, for example. And Savior. You know, they have mobile armor modes that can transform into a flight form. The Meteors are more support unit. Well, I guess you might classify it as a mobile armor. It doesn't really function by itself. It kind of needs a mobile suit to be attached to it. So it's more like a weapons platform. The weird thing is mobile armor as a term that has been so interchangeable from the different franchises, because like Big Zam in the OG Gundam is considered a mobile armor. The Destroy Gundam is both a mobile suit and a mobile armor. Because when it's a giant humanoid robot, that's a mobile suit. But when it has the head and that hidden in the flower sauce, the big saucer section part, it's its mobile armor mode. Because it looks more like Big Zam. What is Big Zam? If you've not watched original Gundam, Big Zam is basically a Destroy Gundam, and Sea Destiny's kind of partially, it's like a combination of the Big Zam and the Psycho Gundam from the Cosmic Era, for Universal Century. Big Zam essentially is a giant weapons platform with legs. No arms, no head, just a big kind of saucery looking thing. It's almost like an alien spaceship, but with legs kind of hanging at the bottom of it. It just looks that bizarre. Honestly, look up, Gundam Big Zam. And you see what it is. It's a giant mobile armor with legs. And the Destroy Gundam is, again, like it has a mobile armor mode that is reminiscent of Big Zam, and then a mobile suit mode that is, you know, inspired by the Psycho Gundam from Zeta. Kind of combines the two. I mean, if you're watching Seed, when you get to Destiny, especially the like second half, roughly, about the midway point, is when you would meet the Destroy Gundam for the first time. Whereas the Big Zam appears towards the end of the original Gundam. It's even piloted by Vice Admiral Dozel Zabi himself. At the Battle of Solomon. Boy, did that thing single-handedly turn the tide of that battle. Good thing Amuro was there with the Gundam. And Slagger was there too. He helped. Rip Slagger. The Impulse. I'm actually thinking after I'm finished this, I might make my high-grade Impulse the next build. Even though I technically have built Force Impulse before. Same as I did with the Freedom. Because I got the Battle of Destiny set. So I technically built both of those before, but metallic. But seeing as I bought all three versions of the Impulse recently from Company K, you know, I thought maybe I'll build the Force Impulse, build something else, then maybe do the Sword Impulse, then something else, and then the Blast Impulse. You know, don't build all three back to back because I'd be building the same base mobile suit 3 times in a row, just a different color. Or maybe even space it out slightly more than that. Like, build something, you know, build a Force Impulse, build 2 other kits, build a Sword Impulse, 2 other kits. You know, kind of, I don't know. Struggling almost like the backpack flips 90 degrees and the armor's fold inside. Yes, that's basically what it does. That's how it folds into its mobile armor mode. Which is like, basically its silhouette is like very Big Zam inspired. It's pretty much a giant weapons platform with legs. And if you thought the phase shift armor on a normal Gundam was strong, oof, this thing is got so much power that phase shift armor is never going to turning off. It's even resistant to beam weapons, not immune, but resistant. Actually, it has an eye field, doesn't it? Well, that's the thing. This thing is a threat. This thing could one-shot a battleship itself. Because those massive guns on top are basically, spoiler alert for the story, a little bit. The first Destroy Gundam ever seen waltzes its way through Eastern Europe, destroying everything in its path. Everything in its path. Yeah. That being said, the main guns of a battle... So honestly, yeah, the main guns of the Destroy Gundam are pretty much on par with the main guns of a carrier. So like the Lohengrens on the Archangel or the Stanhauser? I wonder what the Maneva called. I forgot about it. Tannhauser. Any explanation as to why? Rule of cool. Rule of cool. Ability. Well, if we go via the original Gundam, the miniaturized nuclear reactors, Minovsky drives, they basically have a side effect of giving off Minovsky particles, which in turn affect targeting systems and radar. So it makes it extremely difficult for a battleship to target a mobile suit, because not only is it zooming around, but it's also passively jamming its sensors. So you have to manually aim. That's why fights in Gundam are so close together. Yeah, inbuilt jammer. And each universe has a similar sort of thing. So with the Cosmic Era, the neutron jammers that are implanted throughout the entire Earth's crust by Zaft, so that, you know, the Earth Alliance could no longer use their nukes. The side effect is not only does it stop all nuclear fission, so they can't use nuclear weapons, but they can't use nuclear power plants either. But it also has a side effect of acting as a jammer as well. And the effect is so strong it radiates around to the whole air sphere. So like each timeline has its own like explanation as to why the fights have to be close range. The same thing goes again for like Iron-Blooded Orphans and the Ahab reactors that the Gundams have, or actually all mobile suits have. They again give off Ahab waves, which disrupt sensors and targeting things. And in the case of like in the Iron-Blooded Orphans timeline, mobile suits are not allowed in civilian areas at all. It's illegal because their wave reactors disrupt electrical networks that are not shielded. So they could basically shut a city down just by their presence, which is an actual thing at the end of the first season. Oh, when the Archangel lands? Yeah, so you're basically about to get to the... yeah, the neutron jammers, yeah. It makes navigation very difficult for them. So if you're at the part that just landed on Earth, then you're about to have the Desert Tiger arc, and that is a great arc. The Desert Tiger is a great character. He's very cool. He's like Rambaral, but with a coffee addiction, basically. Scouting the art. Are we still talking about Seed here? Oh yeah, the Archangels are, yeah. Yeah, so the part where they're just bumped into the Desert Tiger. Yeah, that first battle with the strike on the ground, it reminds you of how good Kira is. Because Kira just gets better and better through the next few episodes. And when it's fighting ability. Interesting happened with the gates on the headpieces are on the tabs where the ears will plug into, so no need to stand it because you won't see it. I appreciate that. But not Desert Tiger, I like him. Andrew Waltfeld, a well-written character, I think. I mean, yeah, Kira. Is that I always think Kira. People always dismiss Seed and go, "Oh, the characters are crybabies." It's like, hey, if you took like a 15-year-old kid and shoved them into war, I think they'd be crying too. Especially if they're a very soft person, a very gentle person. Also, there's many kids today who grew up with like Call of Duty, so like more, detached. Oh, you mean Flay? Yeah. Yeah. Flay is a character people love to hate, but she's actually an interestingly written character. Seeing how she goes from being coordinators to my father's dead, and basically going kind of insane a little bit, and then using that. You're about to see how messed up in the head she has become. The death of her father really messed her up. And now she sees Kira as a tool to be used. I think she's very critical to Kira's character progression. Even if it's a very bad. I will not give you spoilers. I'm just saying her arc is interesting. And I'll leave it at that. Tell you one thing though, she gets a bit worse. The next few episodes, she will get worse. But let's just say, all good things. Karma. There's many things involved there. Also, I feel like towards the end of her story, you do start to feel sorry for her. I think. Like right now, you're like, you bitch. At this point in the story, you're just like, get away from her, Kira. Get away from her. Maybe. What's funny to think about Flay is her voice actor also voices Stella in Destiny and Agnes in Seed Freedom. All in Japanese one that is. I think they're different voice actors in English. It's like there's one actor, like, oh, she's voicing a character in Seed? Red flag. Monster Hunter Worlds? Or Monster World? What? Some shows are like, oh, it gets better later. It's like, yeah, but if it doesn't engage you now, it can be difficult. Health check. Posture is actually pretty good. Give it a tutorial. Oh, that's not good. To be fair, I think a lot of people also gave up at the very first tutorial boss fight in Armor Core 6. Yeah, Flay is a very dark character. It's basically going from spoiled brat to being like, everyone hates Flay as a character, but I think people who understand where her fucked up behavior came from, like, I understand why she did that. Does not condone any of it at all. I think it's always a tribute to any decent writing, is if you can, like, I can understand where this villain, this bad person came from. Does not excuse what he did, but I understand why they did it. I think it's always a good, fairly well written character. Of course, then sometimes people go with all complete opposite and go, Char did nothing wrong. No, Char did nothing wrong. Everyone recommended it, you don't like it? Oh, ouch. Never played Monster Hunter. And closest thing I've played was, what was that? You know, not Monster Hunter, but very similar game. I think it was called Dauntless? I think it was. That was free to play, so I've tried that. AC6 is a masterpiece. Hawken, I did try Hawken years ago. I just not appealed to me, so I'm not really bothered about going to check it out again. Community remake? Nah, I can't be bothered with it, honestly. The same with, like, as much as I liked Gundam Evolution, I know there's a community, you know, server and stuff. I'm like, I can't be bothered with that. Could just remind me of how much I love the game and how much it's never going to get any updates. But I think it's great that they have it for people who do, like, same for Hawken and Gundam Evolution, like, the people are keeping these games alive and, like, revamping them, and they're there for people who want to play it. It's great. Same for like Star Wars Galaxies, if you ever played that MMO back in the day. There's like fan servers running that MMO, even though that MMO's been gone for... I think that shut down just before SWTOR came out, because they didn't want to have 2 Star Wars MMOs at the same time. Oh dear. That's unfortunate. I feel like a company should just like look at Hawk and look at what they did right, and then just make a new game. Instead of trying to like, you know, tweak it. Take the idea, take some of the ideas they did right, and then it's gonna make something new. There's like only one playable from the OG mechs, the bodies. The rest are in the environment of the retrofit vehicle. Weird. You get this little nub here, and then the ears are good to go as well. Antennas, ears, what do you want to call them? And 10 ears. Yeah, 10 ears. A spin-off. Interesting. Okay. Always a shame like a game has such a good idea, but just the execution's slightly flawed. Like, it could be so good if you just did this and this, and then you don't do it. On the verge of greatness. Right, head. This should be dry now, I think. Yep, dry. And I think the lights... I don't know how well the lights can reflect from that. Maybe I should use silver instead of red metallic, but yeah. Ah. A vague story, but not one good enough, huh? There we go. His eyes are still quite dark. Maybe I should put my silver behind it to try and catch the light more. Ah well. Eyes are there, just like very dim. Maybe I should have just straight on painted the eyes instead. Like some of the mechs a lot. There's a mech that absorb teammates' heat and living factor and handling with fire guns. Ooh. And launch balls of heat enemy. That's kind of interesting. So it absorbs the heat of your friendly weapons and then fires it back. That's kind of clever. So step 1 is to put on the neck, which seems... That seems weird. Step 1, attach the neck, then the rest of the head. Oh, that's probably because it's meant to slide in like that. That's why. Which means that neck will be very secure. It's actually a pretty good idea. Rather than trying to put a ball joint into... Actually, that's kind of smart. So the ball joint slides in the back and now it's like in there. Yeah. That's why I put a bit of red metallic paint behind it. Just to see if it like will catch some light. I imagine if light hits it directly, it'll be fine. But whenever you have like clear parts, there's always that, like if it had like light piping, it'd be great. But okay, that needs to go. I love this is another scenario here, like this needs to go here, but there's nothing for it to attach to yet. Yeah, because it attaches via the front part. So I'm better attaching it to the front, not the back, because it has the tab to put it onto. Better doing it the reverse of what it tells me to. Pop on the ears, within 10 ears. Can't see shit. From black plastic, it's like all dark, all the same color. I do appreciate that the tabs and the holes in them are specific left and right, so you can't screw it up. Right, Nemesis, have a head. Honestly, it looks more like a dead Optimus Prime. With the lifeless eyes. Alright, where's the autofocus? Come on, focus. Focus. On the face, please. Thank you. No. Focus on the face. Focus on the face. Okay, there's a little bit of light hitting the eyes. Not much. Oop. The windows look great because there's silver underneath. Nemesis Prime. We can see that seam line in the neck, very, very, very obvious. Alright, so now we need to get all the hands. I was thinking about chroming these, but I don't know. I think once I've got the hands and weapons done, if I have time, I might disassemble the shoulder and get it. Actually, that's one thing. Just for a second. Because the Matrix, well, doesn't really have a Matrix, it's technically Nemesis, but it's a Corruptionate Matrix. I wonder how... Because I didn't put red behind the center crystal, so I'm not sure how well this is going to... Well, that's why I'm trying to do this, because it's... The camera's just really shit. Oh, there we go. Focus briefly. I think when I'm having both my hands on, it's... I think there's like the eyes are slightly lighter. The light's catching it just a tiny bit. Certain angles. I don't know. Yeah, let's just leave his chest open for a bit. There you go. Refocus on the desk. And I guess I'll build all these hands. He's got a lot of hands. A lot of hand options. Many options of hands. Though I'm probably going to put... Well, let's see. Right hand is probably going to be the trigger finger hand for the rifle, right? And in the left hand, I'll probably be the one for the Energon axe, maybe? So let me just check that page. It does not specify... It doesn't actually specify which hands... Or which... Take the matrix out. Unfortunately, I cannot. It's molded onto the body. Like, obviously the center crystal is there, but the rest of it is just straight up molded. It's one piece. So I need to figure out which hands are which. Well, that's a right side trigger finger hand, I think. That's a fist. So these are trigger fingers. Those are fists. That looks... That's pointing. That's open. Dodgemas Prime. That is true. I could certainly, like... I mean, this is like... It's funny, the hatch and the part underneath it are pre-painted silver. Because they're on the same runner as these parts, the grey. I kind of wish they pre-painted the smokestacks. Would be nice. Alright, so this is the right hand here. The right trigger finger one, I think it is G17. Yep. I don't need to build every hand, just the ones I need or want. G12. The back of the hand. And G1's the thumb. Huh, G1. No, they're just the miniatures for the tabletop, I believe. I guess if I'm gonna put the Energonax on the other hand, it probably needs to... Oh, actually, no. Energonax is straight out got its own ball joint. Okay. Then maybe I'll... Probably get Marauder. I would just like to see any of the Mech Warrior Battletech stuff, like just in a larger size. Need rules for 144th Couple War Games. There exist rules, unofficial ones, but they exist. There's a couple different fan-made ones. Okay, let's make a left-hand fist, maybe. What do you think? Do we just have the Energonax in the left hand and the rifle in one hand? Or do we want a different hand? You know, I'm just going to do this for now. On before the storm. Nemesis, he's gonna be ready for battle. Oh, okay. Wimbertolf? Is it a Timberwolf? Oh, because it would be a third party. It's like, it's a Wimbertolf. I don't know. Whenever my camera's is angled, the wink doesn't work very well because I'm actually winking. Is that how they always have the, like, aerial fighter? Oh, weapon split, are they? Oh, they are, yeah. The missiles are on the hand and the laser guns are on the shoulders. I mean, people would do that as well. Or they'd have all missiles. Or all lasers. Just PPCs everywhere. Thinking of Mech Warrior, I do need to play Mech Warrior 5 Clan still. It did come out in October. I was originally wanting to play it, but I'm like, there's a bunch of other stuff I want to finish first. So I kind of thought, put it on the burner for now and get to it in a bit. Punch through her LRMs and then cut with the shoulder cannons. Yeah. I also think having the name mixed up being Wimberwolf would be funny because that's what a third party would just name it for making a kit. Like how you have those the third party straight up pirated mobile suits related to that. Like fighter aerial. It's like, can't use the word Gundam. because that would get you in deep shit. It's just straight up. So it's so weird, like, especially when it comes to Gunpla and stuff. How some companies are able to make knockoffs and straight up to sell them. Because surely that's like, you know, breach of intellectual property, copyright from, you know, reproducing the mold. There's many laws being broken there. And yet somehow they struggle to convict them. Oh, you modified the mini to match it? Nice. You know, right now with Prime lying here with the chest open, it is like his death scene in the 86 movie. Because it's like, it's very void of life. I suppose I could take the head apart and then maybe use like a brighter red on the eyes. Instead of using the clear plastic, just straight up a bright red. Hey, Hunter Wolf, welcome on in. I'm doing good, thanks for asking. How are you? Very nice chill Saturday. That's good. Indeed, it is Nemesis Prime. The Flame Toys Nemesis Prime model kit. Almost finished them. Still to put on the Decepticon logos and a few little extra details. It was a lucky find. Gundam Mad happened to have one of these in store, and I'm like, okay, I'll have it. I'm pretty sure this originally was an Advance exclusive kit, so. It will have the ion rifle and Energon Axe. Oh, that's by my head. The Energon Axe. Basically, you know, Prime's two iconic weapons, his rifle and his axe. Nice and simple. Shooty or slicey? And once we build this hand to hold the rifle, we'll build the rifle and the axe. Nah, it's straight up just pure energy. Yeah. It's funny though, when you think about it, in Generation 1, he used the axe in one episode and that was it. Same for Megatron, his Energon Flail. They both used it in one episode. Low battery. Those might have different continuities of deal with his axe differently. Or somewhere it's like it's physical, but the edge of it is energy. For Lister in Generation 1, his hand retracts and pops out Energon Axe. Huh? Oh, right. Okay, that's that part done. Did I do the sum already? I don't remember. I just did that part, didn't I? Okay. It's kind of funny though, when you think about it. In Generation 1 cartoon, the amount of times they introduce a thing and then it never gets seen the rest of the time because the writers, you know, different people had different episodes. So especially the earlier stuff where, you know, people were probably writing episodes at the same time. They didn't really have other people's episodes to look back on and, hey, hey, this character can do this thing. Cool. Okay. Because they were developing it as they went, I guess. Kind of. classic, cartoon where one episode was one story. Sometimes you had multiple parters. Usually like a two-parter or something. Or hell, even the season 1, More Than Meets the Eye, the plot story, was 3 episodes long. Beyond that, it was like episodic. Except with the occasional, like special double part episode. Like one of my favorites, The Key to Vector Sigma. Where the first half, the Stunticons are created. And in the second half, the aerial bots are created. And then they finally fight. I'm pretty sure on YouTube right now, the entirety of Season 2 of Generation 1 is currently playing on repeat on the Hasbro Pulse channel. And has been since like the 1st of the month. Yeah, I think they were trying to get the most out of their money by like dragging it out. Sometimes they messed it up as a result. Or I suppose maybe a lot of, channels broadcasting cartoons are like, they're just used to it being a one and done episode. There's no overlapping story. So then when they got these Japanese cartoons that were overlapping stories, or overarching, they're suddenly like, wait, we can't just put it in any order any day? Oh, dang it. Yeah, one episode for 2 weeks straight is kind of bizarre. I suppose it's like, here's Saturday morning cartoons. Here's your new episode. And then play for the rest of the week because, not everyone might have seen it on the one day. But yeah, for 2 weeks is kind of bizarre. Like, a single week showing the one episode, sure. Centurions. There's so many cartoons that were made to sell toys, and then they kind of just vanished to nothingness. Some, thankfully, caught on, like Transformers and G.I. Joe. Man Machine Power Extreme? That sounds weirdly familiar. I don't recall it, but that sounds familiar, that phrase. Maybe I did watch some of it. I don't remember. Or at least I've seen it in passing, but yeah. The catchphrase sounds familiar. Once it was 3 heroes, air, land, and water operative. It is suit that attached different machines and gave the operators different firepower. Maybe I have seen this. I don't remember really well. Something about it sounds familiar. I feel like there's a lot of things about when you're a little kid, you'll see it, and then you'll forget about it for years until someone mentions something about it, and you go, wait a minute, that's familiar. The right orientation for this. I'm going to assume the rifle just slots in here because it does not specify otherwise. Land operative first stage kit made of an exoskeleton like bike and turret. Ooh, second stage was a mech. Nice. All right. We need to build the weapons. Will be extremely straightforward. Literally the only runners that will have stuff left on it are the spare hands. Which I guess I'll probably make at some point and just keep in the box. Nozzle. Classic model kit design of just two halves together. Jason Wheel Warriors? Not familiar with that one. Yeah, let's cut out the axe while we're at it. nubs up. There you go, Energonax belt. Just need to get rid of the nub marks and we're good. Armed and dangerous. The best kind. Hmm. Dan Dare, Pilot of the Future. No, I have not heard of that one at all. When was that? Like late 90s or early 2000s? I think there were quite a few like late 90s, early 2000s where like animation studios were like embracing 3D, but it just, so many of them just didn't land. Yeah, so probably late 90s then, probably early 2000s. I remember a 3D cartoon called Excalibur. It was like meant to be like Camelot and stuff. Oh yeah, like earlier, like that early transition to 3D graphics for like video games and cartoons. When they tried to make things look real, it just does not age well. Where something that's more artistic style, like Super Mario 64, that is aged well because it's very cartoony. Metal Gear Solid 1, while a great game, graphically it does not age well at all. Yeah, over the top sci-fi's worked better back then. Okay, this little nub here is going to be slightly awkward because it's behind the axe blade. I do this, it's fine. Yeah, CG and drone was the middle ground. I mean, look at even like Gundam Seed. There's a couple of shots in that show that has some early CG stuff. Like, especially with the Archangel, there's a couple of shots where the Archangel is 3D. And even when you look at the remaster, the 3D shots of the Archangel, they're the worst looking shots in the whole show. Because it looks very different because they didn't have the rendering to match right back then. But it was the easiest way for them to make those specific movement shots of a complicated shape. Like the Archangel doing a complete 180, and it's like, yeah, that's a CG shot. Fast forward to Gundam Seed Freedom, and nearly the entirety of the movie for mech stuff is in 3D, and it looks great. Oh, ad? Okay. Okay, that was good. I'll give you an Energon Axe there, buddy. And ads over. Yay! Be gone, ads. Lord Bezos has claimed his pennies. Just finishing off my gamer subs. Dragon fruit punch. Delicious. Alright. SWAT Cats was an American cartoon, the anime style. That name sounds familiar. I don't think I ever watched it, but I certainly heard of it. Like the tip of it's very loose, but of course it has a bit on top of it. I'll file this barrel tip first. Two heroes and triple engine Beetle jet fighter. Ooh. Think of like really old cartoons. Does anyone ever remember Biker Mice from Mars? I vaguely remember it, but it's like just one of those ridiculous sort of titles. I can barely remember anything about it, but I just remember existing. And being like, that's a crazy idea. There's like tons of little cartoons from like growing up, where if you found it on like a streaming service, you just sit and watch it for nostalgia. Oh, absolutely. Like I was like sitting watching season 2 of G1, but obviously it's streaming on the Hasbro Pulse channel, and like it's funny how often it retcons itself. Because it's so inconsistent. Like in the first season, the Constructicons were built by Megatron on Earth, much like the Autobots built the Dinobots. Season 2, turns out Omega Supreme and the Constructicons share a history on Cybertron. They built Crystal City, and then were corrupted by the Decepticons and destroyed the city and betrayed Omega. And it's like, but they were built on Earth. So just retcons itself constantly. Because the writers, I guess, didn't have much time to make things. Or they forgot shit. Like Sideswipe had a jetpack in the first season, and then never had a jetpack ever again. Or the fact that Autobots could all fly in the first few episodes, and then they could never fly after that. Posture checking. Let's transform my spine to the vertical position. And get the energon. Oh yeah, both hull mode, 2 engines are in reverse thrust and the flame exit front intakes. Yep, classic. Cartoon logic. No, it works both ways. We don't have to turn it around. In reality, the engine should flip, I guess. Yeah. It's the classic cartoon of like, it's for kids. Details don't matter. It's probably unfortunately why a lot of people still consider anything that's animated is for kids. It's like, no, it's a medium. Just because you had shitty cartoons as a kid doesn't mean they're shitty now. Yeah, everything's cool as a kid. We don't think about the details. And it's probably a lot easier for production as well. Like, hey, you could animate these engines spin around to fire the opposite direction, but that's extra animation budget. Especially when you're hand drawing that stuff back in the day. or even with early CGI as well. It's like that shit was expensive. Here's a fun one for you. Which movie had the very first use of computer-generated graphics? It was indeed Star Wars, yes. The very first use of computer-generated graphics in a film was the wireframe plans of the Death Star. And there's also a reason why the plans don't match the physical model. You notice how on the Death Star, the dish is on the upper hemisphere, but on the plans it's along the equator. Because they're being built at the same time, and so the plans are like done and like, well, we can't change it now because that was rather expensive to make back then, even though it looks like the most simplest thing in the world by today's standards. No worries, Mechabot. You have a good evening. And thanks for dropping by. Try to get this barrel tip on here. There we go. Hmm? Ah. So just one more thing. I feel like the earliest uses of any CG in anything is always like wireframe and blueprints of stuff. Yeah. Look, a very simple way of doing it. It's like, hey, how can we do this thing? Cool. We'll try this new CGI tech. A wee bit of filling. It's very well on camera, but you can see the part where the nub is because it's the only part reflecting light on the back of there. Or like reflecting more light. Really, I should probably use a cement to glue the entire thingy of it back. Really kind of hard. The fact that it's black plastic anyways, the seam line is very hard to see as is. Indeed. Of course, the major disadvantage is if you get a stress mark, it's the worst thing to get a stress mark on. Like any dark color gets a stress mark, and well, that's a problem. Whereas white or yellow stress mark is very hard to see, especially white. It's practically invisible. That's much better. Can't really. That looks like one piece now. I mean, it's very faint. Like, nah, like, yeah, I don't see no. It's just one piece now, shiny, isn't it? It's all the same reflectivity. It's all one level. I mean, to my eye, I can see a very faint mark from the nub, but it's very, very faint. And the other one is on underside here, on like the clip, I guess. A man on a galloping horse and never spotted. Yes, no, yes. You just need to camouflage the imperfections so they don't catch the eye. Like, oh no, I damaged the model. Cool. Weathering. Because smart weathering can hide any flaws. Like, oh no, it's battle damage. Of course, the opposite is also true. Like, if you put like a gunk wash on a model that doesn't have a glued seam line, it's all going to pull on the line. And then that'd be bad. Localized gun. Yep. Just where it makes sense. A little bit scratched panel work there and there. Aperture cleaning. Yeah. It's like... The repair crew are too busy repairing to give a proper scrubbing, you know? In the middle of a war zone, you don't have time to be making it shiny. And that'll just slide into the hand. Yep. And then the hand will pop onto the arm. There we go. Now close up their chest for now. And that's a fully built Nemesis. And a very, very quick pose as well. Try to get the axe more vertical. And it feels very secure as well. You just feel like it feels like an action figure I'm holding. I still feel like I need to maybe paint those eyes. Almost. Or I could do the opposite and then maybe try and take a shot. I think I could maybe paint the eyes instead of just being the plastic. Make it look more life in it. I still have, of course, Decepticon logos to put here and here. There's little stickers for on the little running lights on the chest. I would definitely like to try and chrome the pipes. I don't know. Because I'd have to dismantle both shoulders to get them out. I don't mind dismantling the head, but the shoulders were more of a pain. Same for like the bit in the center of the matrix. I'm like, I'd have to take the front of the chest off to get in there. But I think the head, the eyes need to have more color to them. They're very, very dull. So I think they need more color to them. And then of course, panel lines. To do those too. So I'm going to pop your head off for now. Oh no, he's headless. Take off his ears. And then try to separate his head as best I can. There we go. Easily get that underneath there. Look at the head, front of the head. And then let's check this out. So I'm trying to think how I'm going to get the eyes out because they're quite in there. Oh, actually, what if I just put luminous pink behind it instead? Like sand that off and put like pink behind it or something? Then it would have the red at the front but a lighter color behind it, which then might catch the light better. Rather than painting the actual eyes. Because like when, I don't see how we can catch the light with this. Because when the light source is behind it, they're glowing. Which is normally with toys and stuff and action figures, you'd have light piping to go through. Also, don't think I'm going to be able to get these off without potentially damaging it. If I push the eyes back through. The eyes are very secure, so that's the only potential issue. Yeah, I don't think I can get the eyes off of here easily enough because they're very, very secure. Of course, I could be very, very delicate and just paint them brightly and not try and get any paint on the faceplate. I'm going to sand that metallic off the back of it and then put a different color. But I'm turning this red as a result. I realize that this is not actually fully flat on the back. I think I've got all the paint off there. Yeah. Cool. I took the head back off because the eyes look too dead. So I'm kind of put like a brighter color behind it. Hopefully it will reflect some light back out. I put metallic red on back of this earlier. And, you know, I think the plastic is that thick that not much light goes through. It'd be good if I could get the eyes back out and just paint them directly, but they're very, very secure. Okay, it's back to pure plastic. Let's try this idea out, shall we? Got that. Now let's see. Gundam marker wise. I mean, I could use shine silver. Potentially. Or I could use luminous pink. I feel like luminous pink underneath the eyes might help reflect some light, maybe. That or shine silver. Again, how much does shine silver like? It dries very quickly, like very. It lacks any water in it. It's weird. Whereas like luminous pink. Not sure how well that's reflecting on the screen. Oh, actually, move my nippers out of the way. I don't need these right now. Nemesis over there. So, my lovely piece of kit roll. That's interesting. Also with the white, the tail, they're like a bit. Trying to see how much light passes through it. More light passes through with the pink, honestly. When I hold it over the silver, it's very dark again. I'm thinking I'm going to go with the pink. Behind the eyes. Because it's quite a thick red plastic in front of it. So... I think it'll work. Everything. Now I'm wondering, like, while I'm at it, I'm thinking ideas. Little head part, whatever. That. This here, everything. I'm getting ideas in my head. Like, how simple would it be for me to dismantle the shoulders? Not too difficult, really. I kind of want to chrome up the, the pipes if I can. Okay, detaching the torso is going to be very difficult. Cut him in half. Maybe put a little bit of silver on the grill. Yeah, I think the matrix crystal, I can't get to that without risking damaging stuff. So that rules out that detail. wasn't really planning to have the chest open anyway, so it's fine. Get the doors back on that. Easy would it be to separate the arm? Probably not easy at all, I think. It's very secure. Almost done building the RG Xeon. Ooh. The undergating is great until it doesn't. Yep, that's the thing. Undergating does so many good things, but it can be frustrating in certain parts.
Reporting for duty.
Hey, Underwolf, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Oh, there we go. Got it. Aha! Right. Do not dismantle that any further. Just get that out of there. Okay, that worked pretty well. Okay. No. Sorry to get these grills out. I just need to push through the back end. Yeah, we're gonna chrome up some grills. And some smokestacks as well. Move that to there. Move your legs over here. Put your arms up here, out of the way. This one's kind of loose. We're holding that one then. Okay. Potential for making a mess coming up. Where's my shiny silver? Should be relatively simple, I think. Also, it gives me time. It gives the head time to dry. While I'm doing this. Paint right on my own finger. Nice. Okay, there's one chromed up. Catches the light very differently, doesn't it? Wait, that was my on screen. Another one. What? See the difference. It might be pulling a little bit, actually. Hate it. Where's that? There it is. Absorb some of this around this area here. There we go. Just get that little bit excess where it kind of tapers. Something's over with a toothpick. Make sure the coating is as even as possible. There. How much is that on camera? Is it? I don't know. The chromed grill versus the unchromed grill. So that's an extra bit of detail now. It's funny how these little things can add so much to a model kit. Because it goes from just being, this is the model kit, and this is my model kit. I do have one more idea. I wonder if I put like a tiny bit of metallic red on the tips of the axe, might give it like a more of an energy feel. Maybe. No, I feel like that'd be better with dry brushing, honestly. Maybe. Not sure. I don't have another thingy to hold it with though, so it would just fall over. But I'll wait for these to dry anyway. While I let this dry for a minute, right? Because I need to do all the paneling and stuff and everything else, right? Ooh. I just had another idea. So, you know the little side bits on his legs? I think which are like the oil tanks or something on the actual truck mode. I'm sure they're normally kind of shiny, aren't they? Am I getting carried away? Maybe. Come back to that in a second. What I was going to do, because I need the paneling stuff, is I need to go get some wee cotton buds for wiping any excess away. So I'm going to take a quick little break, grab some of the little thingies, and I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Got everything I need. I thought I'd run a wee ad while I was disappeared. There we go. I have the cotton buds for cleaning up panel lines. Now let's see how dry are these. Let's see about the head. This should be dry by now, right? Oh yeah, that's definitely dry. Cool. Let's reassemble the head. I don't know if the eyes look any brighter or not. I feel like the red plastic is significantly thick, but unless the light's passing directly through it, maybe it's not good enough. Still looks, I don't know. I feel like they're ever so slightly brighter than they were, but not by much. think what I need is if I could detach it properly. And then just paint the eyes directly. But getting it to detach from the face is the problem. I also don't know if the head is any, like the eyes are any better. Trying to hold it so it can actually focus on the head. I think yeah, I feel like they've got a tiny bit more light reflecting from them now, right? That they're more, I know they're there. If only I could put an LED in there, that'd be great. That would be a completely customized thing, though. Right, let's see. Things those Gundam markers drive very quickly. Shit, what is that? That part. It's falling out both of them. Crap. Over that. What can I run to that again? Bigger hole upside. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, they look even nicer against the shoulders now. We just catch the light now. So nice. I'm thinking I might do that just to have a little bit more room towards the bottom. Just something else to catch it, you know? Struggling to grip that one. Got that. Same for these little chest vents. Or ab grills. Oh my god, that looks amazing. Just doing the silver on the inside while keeping the plastic frame is a nice contrast. It's a nice touch. You got them abs, bro. Oh yeah. Having the silver and on the radiator grills and the pipes just adds more interest to the light that's reflecting from different, surfaces. Yes, love that. Love that, love that, love that. Pretty nice. probably should put the lag vents as well, because I think they feel like kind of... Also the thighs will stay grey, but maybe these as well, I'm not sure. I mean, the chest, you know, having the grill makes so much sense. It's got the grey plastic around it, and then it's just like shing for the abs. Satisfying to look at, isn't it? Shing. Do I do these grill parts as well? Decisions. I think they're easy enough to get off, I think. Possibly. Yep, there. Yep. Am I getting carried away? Maybe. Now these parts are technically identical, so it will not matter. We are much larger areas though. Shiny. I think adding the chrome gives that extra bit of color variation that I think the kit needs. Because being mostly like black and gray, it's like, yeah, you need a bit of color in there to pop. So it gives you like focal points where your eye will catch and go, ooh. You know, you start getting carried away. You're thinking, does that need chrome? Does that need chrome? I'm just looking at the ion blaster and I'm like, those little vents at the back of the rifle. You must be stopped. Though it's not a separate piece, so I'd have to clean it up afterwards, so be more of a pain. So that's something very easy to come back to if I want to in the future. AJ must be stopped no matter the cost. He keeps painting everything chrome. It's like Megatron with the key to Vector Sigma. You know, transforming Earth into another Cybertron. Just turning everything to metal. If I had one more crocodile clip, I could do what I wanted to do to the Energon X, but I need these to dry first because I don't have the rest of them up here. I only have 4 of them up here, currently. The rest are tied away. I mean, look at me, I'm wearing black. Or black and very, very dark gray, and occasionally a little bit of silver. Just make it good, you know, make it pop. Dodgestar, meanwhile, is painting everything blue and orange. Blue, white, and orange. Look at my gunpla in Gundam Breaker. I need to add orange to my model. Perhaps the red hair should slowly transition to a darker orange, maybe? Make my color scheme more consistent. Gundam Alba launching. I was actually thinking that, like, last night I was looking through parts and stuff on the game and thinking, what of these parts is actually easy enough to get as a physical kit? Because, like, I wouldn't want to have P Bandai parts on my gunpla. I wanted to create it in reality. Because P Bandai stuff, well, roll the dice if you ever find it anywhere. But, like, some of the kits would be very easy to get hold of. They're standard high grades. And I'm using the Strike Freedom legs, right? We're using the Infinite Justice backpack and head. So maybe we should swap out some other parts for non-P Bandai parts. With the torso and the arms. And then, in some point in the future, maybe try and make an actual custom of the one I've designed in Gundam Breaker. Make Gundam Alba for real. That's an end goal right there. I love how quickly these dry. Literally touching it and it's fine. The Grey Zion. I don't know. I have not encountered it. If anything, I had to assume it would be a boss battle, actually. Let me get a bit more chrome on these parts. And they're currently adding the DLC week by week, which is strange. I haven't finished the main game yet. but I've not seen it in the list of DLC stuff either. But Grey's Eye would make sense as a boss battle. And I think the only boss they have currently for IBO is the Hashmal mobile armor. A little bit metallic red on the edge of the Energon axe. Okay, but a little bit too much on that side there. Just bring that back to that. But otherwise, it's kind of catching the light the way I want it to. More or less. Oops. Tidy up a minute. Unless I coat the entire blade with metallic. I don't know. Yeah, just the edge, or like do the entire blade, but not the actual like spire part of it. I could do the entire thing I wanted to. The whole blade? I've already got a tiny bit on the blade. A small idea I want to try out. Putting a little bit of the tiny bit of red around like the top of the ball, bottom of the spike. It's like where it meets. I think I'll just do the edge for now, and then I can come back to it. I wanted to, because remember it's energy, not physical. Really, I could probably just do an edge highlight with like a light red. Or maybe do the edge highlight with the fluorescent pink. That'd be funny. This is dry, right? Yes. Oops. I got too much on the side of that there, maybe. Yeah, I'm going to sand the edges of it. I think I've got a bit on here, so now make it thicker. Only scraping a little bit of silver off the side of this. Feels like I'm doing a scratch card. Peel away, scratch away to see what you won. Oh, what a Fitbit on the other side. Maybe maybe they were not identical after all. Okay, maybe they weren't identical. Ha! Lol. I thought they were identical. It was just the other legs one. One whole pound, but it cost you £1 to get it. You just get your money back. Does that look sick or does that look sick? The chrome next to black is just always a good choice. Oops. For the torso, I need to attach again. Thanks. There we go. And reattach my arms. Yeah, Nemesis is looking good now. Even better. The chrome on the pipes, the abs, and the legs. The eyes are still kind of dead looking. I need to try and get a way to pull the eyes out altogether. I need to get some tweezers for it, I think. I don't have any currently to hand. Well, not tweezers, pliers, even. Because, like, they're attached to the back of the mouthpiece, and like the only way to grip them, there's nothing to really grip to. I can't grip it. I mean, I can push for the other side, like try and push the eyes. I might damage the eyes. So that's something I might come back to. I'm also thinking to myself, did I want to maybe chrome that little tiny bit in his forehead? I probably shouldn't, because it's very small. I think it's fine the way it is. Now this, I need to clean up that little bit on the edge. getting that little bit excess. You can see where I tilt the camera. Like, well, when the light hits at that angle, having the solid blade part looks really nice. Maybe I should make it full metallic, the actual blade, because it catches the light so nicely. There's like that little bit here where I kind of spilt a bit, which is kind of... I'm trying to get back off. Don't know if I want to make it the full blade now. I think because it's clear plastic as well, it's... I feel like I'd have to sand it a bunch. So, plan B, maybe, I don't know. I could just make the entire axe head that color. That looks really nice. So only when the light hits that a certain direction you can see the shadow of what was there. But having the metallic on the tip. Looks very, very nice. Well, look at the way the light's just glints the edge of it there. I'm just like staring at the screen, the camera view, and like just doing this, and it looks so nice. I love the way the light's catching it. I'm easily amused. It would seem. Metallics, man, they're great. What you maybe can't see very well is like I put a tiny bit of metallic around like the rim of it. It's only when the light hits a certain direction you kind of get that little bit, the shadow of what I messed up. I think because it's not as shiny as it used to be. Wait, polish, 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 polish. Yeah, I'm happy with that as it is for now. But before, yeah, okay. A little bit of panel lining. Pop on the Decepticon logos as well as the little running lights on top of his chest, and then I think we're good. No worries. What's that over? Right, and put this off to one side. Along with these markers. Panel lining time. I'm gonna do that before I put the logos on so I don't mess it up. Definitely a black on that. Black on black. I'm gonna paneling his hand point better. Take it off. Easier. Not that we can see any of the panels because it's black, but you know. I think a tiny bit of it, actually. Very subtle. Very, very subtle. It's sitting weird. Wrong one. Oh, this one. You know, adding that little bit of shading around his nose area does help a bit with the eyes, I think. A little bit. Where did that fall at? But I heard that fall. His little head crest popped out. Don't want that happening. I was looking at the difference between non-panels and panels. It's always so nice to see. Welcome back. Getting some panel lining done. The legs are immediately look nicer. You can't really see the black panel lines in the arms though. They're there, but like it's black on black. Or you can see them in the head crest though, as well. And around the eyes. Oh no. Indeed it does. I can't see it. Fine. Okay. Back of the legs. And the other leg. Compared to a Gundam, there's a lot less panel lines, I'd say. But I suppose Gundams can be real robot versus like Transformers is pretty much super robots. Of course, it always depends by high grades that have many panels. But real grades and the like, tons. I went, well, I'm glad I kind of, where the excess paint was there, I basically took the toothpick and went over it to make sure it wasn't pulled in there beforehand. So it made this fit in perfectly well. Zeta and Starscream cover colors. To be fair, the Zeta is already technically in Starscream colors, just not the same color pattern. or shade. I suppose the biggest thing was like that cockpit hatch would be yellow rather than red. And also make the wings grey with blue, red on the ends. Starscream has the tricolor of a Gundam. Pretty, look, Starscream's color pattern is that of someone who'd normally be a protagonist. Look at that abs. Yeah, his hero protag colors. And to be fair, once upon a time, before the war, he was a hero. He was a good guy, and then the war happened, and... Okay, I guess got power hungry. Ooh, the subtle shading in the there makes it even better. You ever just look at someone and go, damn, look at those abs. Hopefully this is watery enough that it's coming off the paint. Now all these little vents in the smokestack that need paneling. See the difference between left and right there. Paneled? Not paneled. Gives a little bit of depth. And breaks up the shiny chrome a bit.
Subtle shooting, all we need.
Right, now let's buy everything that needs gray. just realized the one area that still needs grey inside the chest. With the black panel lines, you can't really see because it's against black, so I'm not fussing about them too much, other than just I'm doing it, but it is what it is. I mean, it feels like it's kind of pointless to do it, other than, like, I'm not sure if you can see it with the back there. Yeah, you can just see it there when the light hits it. Because the black panel liner has a slightly different reflectivity. So just there at the back panel, you can see where the light's different. It's less noticeable in the recessed parts, but like there, or in the raised area, it's more noticeable. It's really only when the light hits it the right way. Otherwise, it is kind of pointless. Let's be honest. I feel like really only major lines where that would be noticeable. Why is that? Some moisture from my thumb. I guess in a way, just because the panel liner, or the black panel liner, is kind of oily. I guess it gives you an area where, like, hey, oil has built up. So it, like, reflects the light slightly differently instead. So it's less about outlining and more like reflecting the color differently. Which, if it's a stationary object, probably less noticeable. But hey, why the frick not? Don't know why I'm paneling the bottom of the foot, but I am. I mean, it's kind of like when I, well, built the Master Grade Strike as well as the Real Grade New Gundam. Both of those, I fully paneled the interior frame. only small parts of it are, you know, showing through. But I know it's paneled. I mean, you have to. I mean, like real grades and master grades that have an inner frame, it's very satisfying to do the whole frame. Though, when I get around to building my real grade Sazabi, clear color, it has clear armor, so paneling the frame will make perfect sense. Then my madness will be rewarded. But again, I'm Sazabi, even though it's 144 scale rail grade, it's still a chunker. So desk space is the problem. Even though I got a Gundam Mad stall at Acme Comic Con last year. It was one of the event exclusive ones that they were allowed to sell back then. I feel like some of the metallic paint on my fingers might be coming off onto the model now. Mm. Alright, and I am done paneling the body. But we panel this rifle and then stickers and then done. I think when it comes to like clear model kits, for example, unless it's like mechanical clear which has an inner frame that's still visible, kind of pointless. Like high grades that are clear color, I don't really see the point. They just kind of look kind of crappy, honestly, most of the time. Though that being said, like clear color Trans Am ones or something like that, or if it's like an after image stuff, then that one makes sense. But just your standard box center, hey, it's a clear color, da 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 da, yay, yeah. I need the clear color to make sense to me. Does it add something to the design? No? I don't care. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like clear master grids and real grids where he has an inner frame, then that's cool. But yeah. So like a clear color, like, you know, F91 or Destiny or X here, anything that has like an ability where it has an after image, then the clear color one could have worked as like a display for that. Gotta go. No worries, Finn. Thank you for dropping by. I'll be dropping pictures of this on Twitter and Discord afterwards. See you later. Of course, I need to panel the actual hand as well. Just what's visible. Otherwise, I don't care. It's a black hand with black paneling. It's not really visible. If this were Optimus, it'd be blue. Unless the grey paneling would make a lot of sense, especially the joints. It's black on black. Can't even see much. Right. Only a couple of things to do, and then we're done. There's 4 wee stickers to go along these lights, and then Typicon logos on the shoulders. Tweezers. These lights feel like they might be bigger than the actual things that they stick to. Yeah, I think they are. Frick. I might be able to paint these out instead.
Teeny tiny stickers. These little running lights on the chest. Did I get that one first try? I did. Nice.
Positioning of the Decepticon logos. Let's have a look at the actual artwork. Yeah. Upper, shoulder in the middle. That was satisfying in one go. That Decepticon logo really pops against the black. A song played like 2 seconds ago. I think the left shoulder is slightly off center. I can't tell. Yeah, that's about right. Alright then. That is Nemesis Prime complete then. Make sure his feet are steady so he can stand. Yeah, I think the only thing this needs is the eyes being painted, I think. But I like to get some tweezers or something to try and pull the eyes out of there because they're quite secure. Beyond that, it looks really, really good. I'm quite pleased with it. There's some design choices in the actual construction where I was like, I'm not 100% sure about the way they built it, designed it, but end of the day, it's a really good quality. Like a really nice design. Everything's very sharp. It goes together pretty well. So maybe minor issues. I mean, with the chassis, we have to cut a little tiny bit to get some clearance. For the little hatch. Oh, that's what I didn't do. Speaking of the chest, I didn't panel inside here. Not that I really need to do much paneling in here, but hey. Okay, which one's again? Nope, not that one. This one. Yes. No, I need to get a wash in here, honestly. If I dab it with a pen, it works. Just a little bit of paneling here, not too much. Nice. Just enough to give a little bit of subtle shading through the windows. Oh, there's probably little grills underneath here as well. Oops. Donya. No barking. Just cut the pan there. Yeah, that's just enough shading in there. Make it interesting. Oh yeah, because you see it through the window as well. That's nice. That's good. I like that. All right. I'll wrap it up there. And then tomorrow, we're gonna tomorrow will be more Gundam Breaker 4. Get on to Chapter 6. And pretty much, I'm thinking it may be the last chapter. I'm not sure, honestly. Really unsure. Let's see. Right. Oh yeah. Of course. Twitter and the Discord for the schedule, alerts, and whatnot. Of course, tomorrow back at the same time as today. We're gonna break a 4, and then the next stream of that will be Thursday, which I haven't actually 100% decided what I want to do yet. I might do a game. I might start a new model kit. I haven't decided yet. I'm gonna check something first before I commit to one or the other. As for right now, do we go already or no? Have a look. See who's on first. Let's have a look. I don't know whom we might raid, or even we will raid. I don't know. Let's see. Hang on. Potential red target. Let's have a little look see. Actually, no, I'm going to freeze. I can mute the test of audio. And then how do we look see? Go ready, Rico. Could do that. Shall we do that? Arrived. Get raid message. Ready to go. Oops. Cool. And raid. People I'm following. Looks like Riku is a Raku. Currently working on like team or something? I don't know. Let's swing on by the eye. Right. Anyway. Gonna break it tomorrow. Until then, have an awesome day, have an awesome evening, have an awesome weekend. Even. It's weekend after all. And until next time, I'll see you around the cosmos. As will Luna, apparently. Dodgestar, sign up.